In this tutorial, we'll build an admin dashboard featuring charts, metrics, user tables, and multiple pages. As we develop this full-stack application, you'll learn how to write complex queries to sort and aggregate data for charts. We'll build out authentication, role-based authorization, and built-in user management, including features like adding users and managing invites. There's much more to learn along the way, and I'm excited to share it all with you. Before we get started, if you have watched my tutorials and enjoyed them, please like and comment. It takes me a long time to make this tutorial, so I would really appreciate your help in growing this channel. To follow along tutorial, you're gonna need two things: Node.js installed on your machine and an IDE. For the IDE, you can use any of the ones that are out there or you already have installed. The one that I'll be using is VS Code, and we need that to write the code, run, and modify it. As for the Node.js, this is the current version that I have right now, version 20. And then you can also use that as a reference if you're just installing the node. All right, once you have that, or if you already have that, you can navigate to the terminal of your computer. I'm in the folder where I want to create a new project, so programming projects. And we're going to create one using the command npx create next app. This is where we indicate the version. Sometimes you might have seen people do latest, but I would like to specifically indicate the version, which is the latest. The time when I'm making this video is 15.1.2, and I recommend you also use that version to make sure code, once you follow the code, you don't get any conflicts. If it's a different version, there might be some conflicts with the packages or something. Hopefully not. And then we give it a name of the project. Admin dashboard is what I'll name it. And once we click enter, it's going to ask us a few questions in regards to configuration. We would select yes for TypeScript, also yes for ESLint and TailwindCSS. We are going to use source directory and the app router. So far, all yeses, no for TurboPack, and we're not going to customize import aliases. So now this will install dependencies and set up everything that we need to run the app. The project is created, and now we can cd into it, admin dashboard. I will open this up in VS Code. So now we are inside the project folder, and let's open the project in VS Code. I thought I had this command set up, code., which is basically automatically opens it in VS Code. I don't have it, but I can show you guys how to set up. So basically you can open the project from command line. There's two ways, or you can just directly open it from Visual Studio Code by going to File, Open, and then browsing the folder. But I find the command easier to use, so Command Shift P, shell command, install code command in path. All right. So if I run this again, it opens the new window, but here we can see that the project files have been loaded. And a quick overview of the file structure. In the node modules, we have all the modules that were installed when we set up the project. We don't change anything. Usually here, all the code line logic goes inside the source folder. In public, we have all the assets that we want to display, images, icons that would be like publicly available. Then in source folder, we would have app folder, where we store logic for our APIs as well as our pages, and then the layout files. We have also the main CSS file in here. As for in the root of our project, we have mostly configuration files. In the package.json, we can find, for example, what version of React we're using, what version of Nextjs, and all the dependencies that we have installed. Then we have a README and a Tailwind configuration, and Tailwind is what we're using for styling. It's like a CSS framework, and if there's anything related to like customizing how that works or like themes and colors, we would go ahead and change this file. All right, now let's run the app. I'm gonna open a terminal here and run the app using npm run dev is the command, and it would start our app on localhost 3000. This is the address, so I'm going to command click and open it up in my browser. This is how it looks like. It's just a simple page with a text, some buttons, and links. And then all the logic of this page comes from this file right here. So yeah, that's where we can change the text and images and so on. So I'm gonna just remove all this code that's in here. We are not gonna be using any of this. And I'm actually gonna turn this into main. And let's just write text homepage for now. It's like a dummy text, and I will remove all the class names. And this is how we do styling in TailwindCSS. As you can see, all these class names resemble some kind of like styles in like traditional CSS, and that's why these are called utility class names, because there's already styles attached to them. So for example, if we were to apply a container mx auto and then maybe p4 for padding and space y4, and if we hover over, we can see what styles come with each one of the classes. And to get this information on the hover over, I have installed the Tailwind CSS extension. I'm going to show you guys real quick. So this is the one, it comes in handy. And if there's any class that you want to use that I'm not using, you can always go to their documentation and they have a list over there. So to take a look at, so this is the container that sets some width, so it doesn't span like on all screen sizes, it doesn't span full width. Then we have this margin auto to kind of like center our container. We do set a padding to it, and then this is to separate like its children. We add some space y and then indicate the size of the space using for here. All right, let's save these changes, and as soon as I save the file, we should see that our page got automatically reloaded and we see the changes. All right, now let's create the header that we can put on the top of the page. I'll create a components folder. This is where I usually use store UI components files. And inside here, we can create a new file. I'm gonna name it header.tsx. And let's create a functional component, export function header. It won't take in any arguments, and we're gonna return. We will be using the header HTML class, and inside the header now we can create like another div similar to our main div that is going to have a class name container. I can close out the file browser for now, and we also going to make the display of this flags. Let's set the height to 14. Items center. Justify and as an example, I will add a button here that says something like sign in. All right, so we created our first component, but as you can see now, it doesn't show up yet. That's because we haven't added into our page or the layout. So yeah, we could add this into page if we want to see it right now, but then once we create new pages, we don't want to import that into every page. So that's why instead we are going to put that into layout, where we put all this components that we want to be shared. So by default, this is how layout looks like. It takes in children. That's how it displays all the pages content inside the children. And then we have this HTML tag body, just like we would have with any HTML app. And here is where we can import our component. So component name, then we indicate the path of the component. Here we can use aliases, so components and header. And we are going to add that inside the body above the children. All right, let's see here, and that is our header. All right, let's add some more styles to our header. So this would be on general header tag, adding a class name. We want to make sure right now we don't have a lot of components on the page, that's why it shows up at the top. But if we were to scroll down, we still want to be able to see the header. So for that, we're going to use the sticky class that's going to position at the top. We indicate 0, so 0 pixels from the top. Then we add z-index. Setting this to a high number means that in the layer of things, it would always show up at the top, so it would cover over other components. As for the width, let's set to full. Let's add the border. We can do that by the border class. And if we save this, we're gonna see a border, which is a very light gray color, so it might be hard to see, but also it's noticeable that it has border at the top, at the bottom, both sides. So let's only add that to the bottom, and this could be done by the class border dash b. Okay, so then we can take background, and so the color of background would be of class background, and we're gonna also customize this class colors on the Tailwind, but we'll set opacity to be 95, and let's set some backdrop blur. Right, that should be it. All right, now let's start modifying the homepage, and what we'll do is that in the first row here we're going to add some metric cards that would display different values, for example number of users, subscriptions, and so on. And for that we are going to add those cards inside the main page. All right, now let's start updating the home page, and for that we are going to go back to the page.tsx and let's add a header instead of just hard-coded homepage. So we're going to use h1 tag, and here let's say dashboard. When you save this, this should get updated. Let's add some styling to it. So class name. We're gonna make text larger, 3XL. Let's do font bold and some margin at the bottom. All right, what we are going to add below this is metric cards, and they're going to show different data, for example, user count, subscriptions, and so on. For now, we are not connected to the database, so a lot of the data here would be hard-coded at first, since we're building UI, and I figured that way it would be easier if you're new to web dev to build some of the UI first, and then we set up the rest of the backend. All right, so for the metric cards, let's create a reusable component so that we can have a few cards here displaying different kinds of data. And for like this components, like I mentioned, we are going to go to components folder and create a new file here. So this would be metric cards.tsx. Let's create a type. I guess this is first time we're creating a new type in this project. So the type we're going to use to define how metric cards is expecting to receive its data. So let's name this type metric. And this would be the first value that we're going to need is a title, and it would be of type string. Then we have a value like number. For example, if title is users, number would be something like 500. I'll make this flexible because maybe we need a description, so I'll make it both string and a number. Next up, we have change. I will make this field optional. String, this will indicate how number changed depending on past few months, for example. And last we have icon. This, let's make it also optional. React node. All right. Creating functional component, export function metric cards. So let's destructure this like props right away. So we're only going to take metrics, and then here let's do like create another type because this is for like every item, and in the metric cards function we're going to take a list of items. So metrics metric array. All right, so now return statement and create our first div, which would be just like an outer container div. Then inside here, we're gonna take metrics and we're gonna map them out. So let's do metric, then take in index and define what displays inside the map. So it would be div. We need to add a key to the index as a key to make sure all of this have unique keys. Then let's create something for the header, which is going to contain a title. And below title, we'll check if a metric icon exists. And if it does, we'll display that. And if not, this will be null. All right, so let's create another div for the content itself. And first thing here would be a metric value. And second, we would have the change. But this one too is dependent whether or not this field exists. So what I'm going to do is first check metric dot change, and let's wrap this in curly brackets as well. Right, so that's the simple version without any styling, and we're gonna add that first to the page. Let's do import metric cards, and let's also import type metric. Before we add this into our return statement to pass the data, let's create an array of metrics, and this would be of type metric array, and I'll define the array this way. So we create the array with brackets, and every item has a title. I'm using strings for all the titles. Values, some of them are numbers, some of them are strings. And actually, change icon, we're going to add them later. And yeah, we have the data. Now we can go add this below our header. Matrix is the props name, and also our array name here locally in this component is matrix as well. Okay, let's save this and see how it looks like. Matrix is not defined. All right, here's how our metrics look currently. So let's update some of the styling. First, we are going to start tackling alignment. So as you can see, every kind of metric takes up the whole row. So let's instead place them in a same row. So I will create, well, we already have a div container, but I will make it grid. Then we can define what kind of grid layout we want. So for example, how many columns we want in a row, things like that. I'll indicate the gap for, which would be gap in between all of the metric cards. And let's do on like medium and larger screens, grid columns too. On like starting with larger breakpoint, we're gonna show all 4 of them on the same row. So that would be grid columns 4, and then by default on smaller screens it would be 1 per row. So that's a smaller screen, that's larger, and even greater we have 4 right here. Okay, that's good. So let's update header now. So class name, we'll make it flex row, then items center. Justify between space y0, and padding from the bottom would be 2. Now for the title, so we should see next to the users there would be like an icon here. That's what this styling was for, but since we don't have icon yet, it's not visible. Let's add a border class just for now so that we can see the difference between classes, and I'm going to make border black instead of slate temporarily. Okay. Space eb0. Updating the styling of the title. That would be text small and font medium. Now, as for the value, we're gonna make it larger. Text to XL and font bold. All right, that looks better. As for the change, this one, let's make different colors so it's more like a muted and smaller text XS and text muted for ground. And oh, we have not set this variable last name. Okay. So we're gonna set this foreground color in the Tailwind configurations later on. So this would be like a more gray. And let's add the icons. And for the icons, we are going to use this library called Lucid. It supports different like formats and also customization. Like if you want to change color, for example, you can add Tailwind class names and apply the styling. So to install this, we are going to go to terminal, new tab. So let's install that, and for the icons, we can browse some, for example, the one with the users, and we can, there's different ways of importing. We can import the name and then display it inside. All right, so this would be in the page because it will go in the array as well. And we will do users, then there's $sign credit card and activity. So let's add a new field on every one of these items. And here, as you recall, in the metric cards, the type of this is an icon. So we can directly pass this like React component to it. And this would be users. And I'll do class name, so indicate the height and the width. And also the color, muted foreground. I need the closing bracket, and same for here. I'll just indicate the icon name. That would be different on subscriptions, revenue. This, let's do $sign. And we have one more left, which is activity. All right, let's save this and see how our icons look like. So they're showing up in the right position, and it looks like the height and the width are set correctly as well. So we did modify the styling of some of the components of the cards, but it still doesn't look like very like modern and up to like today's standards. And there's few things we can do. For example, instead of having border black, change the color, add some paddings also around the content, make the border radius rounded, add some shadows, things like that. And it would be just like a lot of, I guess, adding Tailwind classes. But instead, what we could also do is use ShadCN, which is, think of it as it's a component library, but not in a way where you have to browse components and use them. It comes with the code, so you can change, like you can build your components on top of it. And it uses also Tailwind and is easily customizable. So I'm gonna set that up now. And they also have this card component, which is what we're gonna use for our metric cards. Let's copy this installation command and let's close this out. This would also same thing, ask us like few questions about configuration. I guess the latest one I don't have installed, so you can press Y and it's gonna install this package that you need to create it. I will use a New York style, then go with a Slate. Yes, for CSS variables, and since we're using React 19, they also mention in the documentation that if we're not using npm, we'd have to do either use force or legacy peer div. So I'm gonna go ahead with use force. And all right, so that should have installed. Let's see, where is That's the card component. So that is the sample code. For example, we import all this to use like different components. And for the installation, let's do two things here. First, I will import, but we'll get an error if I save this since we don't have this added yet. And then I'm gonna add this in the terminal as well. Class card. Okay, so now this should have added a card inside components. Oh, it created a separate components folder. Okay. Outside of the app, I see. All right, so what it did is it had a UI inside the card component inside the UI. And this is like some of the code of it's importing. Let's say if we pass props, you would pass on props along and also other class names. Okay, so let's update what we use here. So instead of divs, and that's the sample code. So we just add like this card tags as wrappers, but inside we can have any components that we want or any JSX. So what I'm gonna do is first I'll create the card. Card has to be the outer component always, and inside we don't need to use everything. For example, footer, I'm gonna skip that. Card header, let's add that, and also card content. Because this comes with the styling already, I'm gonna remove this border. Okay, that should, yeah. One more thing, card title. Let's do that as well. All right, yeah, that should be it. Let's see how it looks like. I'm gonna go back to our dashboard, and yeah, that's way better. And next, let's create a users table. We're gonna use also table from Shatsian, and this is the sample code. So one thing I do want to say, if we were to create table, let's say without importing this component and just with a HTML like lowercase table, there's header, and then we can use rows and heads. So in just HTML, we'd also be able to do that in a similar way. Just the difference is that this comes with add-on CSS and functionalities and some of the more components than we'd get just from HTML. Okay, so let's install this component, and I will create a separate component for users table actually for like the logic, and that would be in components folder. And then before I do that, I'm also going to move this into this folder outside of the app and make sure to update the imports because we're using header in in one place page. So that would have the older path, and same thing for here. Update imports. Delete. So page should have updated the imports now. Make sure that looks right. Let's save that. And yeah, that's about it. All right, let's create a new file. Users table.tsx. Creating function, export function, users table. We're gonna define the input arguments as well as the type later on, but let's first just return like an empty table just with the headers. So that would be table, and we need import statements. I'm gonna copy this. Then we have table header. I have my caps lock on. And inside this header, we create a new row. where we define like column names. So table head. Yeah, in Shadchan it's called table head. And first one would be user information. Then we're gonna have, let's do email and last name. So we're gonna display this data. I'm gonna save this. I will add this onto our page. All right, we can close out metric cards, and going back to the page, let's add import. So I think Shadchan also configures that we should be able to access components from any path as long as we add this add sign, and then we have users table. Metric cards, and I'm going to create a new div here also for, we're going to add other components later on, and display this filtered code. Oh, in the layout. Okay, let's save the changes in the layout as well. And yeah, that's our table. Those are the rows. All right, let's define type user. So I mean, for sure we need the user values, like the name, first name and the last name. So I'm gonna define that first name string, and this would be optional because we're gonna have login with the email, so it wouldn't really be required. String. Then for last sign in, add, that would be a string as well, like a timestamp. And one user can have different email addresses, so we're gonna define this as, so it would have ID number and the value for the email address itself. So email string, so this would be an array. And it might have other fields as well. So what I'm gonna do is add keystring any, and as for the user as well, we might store like other fields, but what we're gonna be displaying on the table would only be this. So yeah, let's save that. This is just like a type definition, and let's start adding the data in. For that, first we need to create a table body to display the data. Let's define the data type, and data would be user array. All right, we can say data.map. Let's take the user here. We don't need like to indicate the user type because it's already inferred from here. And create a new table row for every user. Then key would be user ID, which I forgot to add as one of the types. So let me add that and make that required. user ID. Okay, so then we have 3 table cells. First one would be for the first name and the last name. Then let's display the first email address, and then we're going to update this to only display the primary email address. So email address is 0, which just means first, and then the value itself, email address. And finally, the last thing would be table, like timestamps. So we're going to convert that to a human readable date. So it would be new date user dot last signing at, and this would be to local string. We haven't passed the data from the page yet. That's why we're getting this, that this is undefined. But let's do that here. I'm gonna close out metric. So alongside with users table, I'm gonna import user type. So this would be users array, type is user. And then we create an array. So what I pasted here just now is a new array, then it has items of type user. I didn't add any additional fields. We just have an ID, first name, last name on all of them, also last signed in, as well as the email addresses array, which is, as you can see, most of them have like one email address only with an ID and the address itself. So I total have 5 items in here. The one thing that's not actually matching, and I don't know why TypeScript extension that I have installed, it should highlight right now that the last signing is a number here, but here we put that as string. So I'm gonna update that, save it, so move here and take this. I'm gonna minimize that and pass it to the users table as users. All right, let's save that and see if we can. And one more thing, when I was accessing email addresses, I didn't specify user.email addresses. Okay, so that's our table. Now all of the fields are showing up as expected with the email and then converted last seen timestamp. Now let's also add image right next to the user here, and we can use avatar, which is basically like an image that has a source and I guess all the rounded corners fully. So let's add the avatar component as well. Save that. I'm going to copy this, paste it. As for, let's see what image it shows by default. Or the image that it should show by default is in the source field, and then if it can't, for some reasons, so load the source, then it would show like what's in the fallback. Okay, let's include this in the first table cell, something like here. This would be avatar. I'm gonna give it a class name. Let's set the height and the width. Then we have avatar image. So for the source, I'll see if we can use one of the images that's already in the project. But for the alt, which is like image description, we're going to use user first name and user last name. So let's do that. User first name, then space the last name. All right, and now the fallback. Let's get the user first name, first character. So then we have to check if it exists, user the first name. This is how we access that, and then if not, let's just do empty string. Okay, so for the source, I'm gonna go to public folder, and if you want to add specifically an image, you can add that to public folder. I'll see what we can use for this one, maybe globe SVG. So we just need to indicate the path. The public folder is already public, so we don't need to include that in the path. It would be just global.svg. Should work. Yeah, selecting use force. I guess it wasn't installed yet. And we could probably use maybe globe for now inside source. I'm gonna remove curly brackets and just add strings, then globe.svg. The name, let's save that. Okay, that's how it looks like. Now let's move the text itself to show up on the side of the avatar, and for that I'm going to wrap both of them in a, let's do a separate div, class name, I'll make the display flex, items center, and let's add gap 3. All right, I will save this, and that's the result. So the main components still on this dashboard would be charts, and then the secondary components would kind of be like a callout, buttons, banners, and some links. So let's create those components now. And the first that I'm going to start with would be the add banner. In the components, let's create a new file. So I will do some imports at the top. We're going to display an image. So for that, I need to import image from next image. We will also have a link. That will be link from next link. And we'll place all the content of this banner inside a card. card content. From components, UI, and card. All right, let's create the component itself. Export function add banner. No arguments, and we return starting off with the card. So height fixed one. In Tailwind, if we want to pass dynamic values, we can put them in the brackets, and that would be 200 pixels. And I'll also do overflow hidden. Next, we'll wrap the whole card. It's gonna be a link. And href, here we can pass any link we want. We don't have any pages, so I'm just gonna pass the current home page. And for the class name, this would be block display, and then height would be full, so that like all the card like the whole card is clickable. Next up, we have card content. Let's start with padding 0, height also full. Flex direction row, and item center. So that we can, I guess, see as well here the changes that I'm making. What I would do is I would import this add banner. So copy, let's save this, add it to the page, and then continue modifying it. And let's add after metric cards inside a div, where we're also going to create another of those like secondary components. And well, for now, there's nothing there. I'm gonna move this, go back to the add banner. And in the card content, we're gonna have two divs. First one would be the image, and I haven't added image in my public folder yet, so let's do the other one first. Other div, which would contain a card title and card description. And title would be something like that. Download our app. And for description, let's do get your analytics anywhere you go. And this is our card. Let's modify this div class name. I'm going to add a padding here, and then the width, I want to set this only like half of the, taking up half of the card. So on the here we can have space for the image. In the public folder, I added this logo.png. So I basically took like one of the Lucid React icons, added the color, and put it into like a card. And that is what I'm going to use here. If I add image now and indicate this logo PNG as a source, it should display the image. And for indicating the height and width, we can use the class names, but we can also, if we have a specific number in mind, so for example, here the card is 200, what we can do is after passing the source path, we can also set the height and the width, and that would look like this. Logo.png, height equals to 200, and width equals to 200. Let's add a alt tag, which is mobile app logo. And layout, wait, I don't think we need the layout. Object fit, let's do cover. And since the width is required, I think if we can set that to the parent div, it won't be. Let's try that. Relative height full. And then, yeah, width for this one, also half of the container. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay, the layout solves it. So that's our image and that's our card. Yeah, I think that would be all the changes for the add banner. So here you can reference anything really if you add an image and update the text. For example, like if you want to call out a newsletter or a different SaaS app that you have. Next, we'll do quick links. All right, let's create a new component. So new file. Quick links, and first import link at the top. From components, it's also weird that it's not showing me the path to select from, but I'm using a different account on VS Code, so maybe that's why usually it pops up the available files and then I just select one. Okay, so let's create an array for links. So I'll start with the type link. This would be an href that is string and text that is also string. Then the links array that we're gonna have would be of type link. So let's create an array. So what I have here is like a bunch of items with fields href and then text. This is how I'm formatting the href. It's still a string, it just starts with a slash and then depending on the path. And then the text is just like the title of what the link is supposed to be about. So now creating new component, let's map those links out. So export function quick links. Don't need the equal sign, return card. Card content, which is where the mappings will happen. And actually, let's create unordered list. First, place the map in there, and here we are going to have links, map, link, and a index. This would be a list item with a key that equals to index. Then we're going to have link. The text of the link would be link.text. href would be link.href. And one more thing before we move on to, like, we import that and move on to styling would be adding a header. I'll use h2 tag, and quick links would be the title. All right, we are ready to import this. I'm trying to keep all the UI, like component related stuff together in the import statement to have it organized, since we have a lot of stuff in here. So components, quick links. All right, and I'm gonna add those here. So those are the links, and then if we hover over, we can see the link URL as well as the cursor changes to pointer. But let's update the styling so it looks like more than a link rather than just like a text visually. Okay, so let's do that on the link item side. So class name, add margin at the bottom. We can do underline, or we can do underline on the hover. So let's do that. What this would do is do this underline, and I will update the header next. Text large, font bold, and margin at the bottom too. All right, let's do class content. We're gonna add some padding because right now it looks really small. Let's do 6, height full, flex, and then flex direction would be column. And for the final, like the main parent container, we are going to update the background to slate. Let's do 200, and then we don't need border on this one since we already have a background, so I'm going to set border to none and overflow hidden. All right, cool. Now let's update the alignment. So we have 2 of this in a row, and then we have some gap in between, and that would be in the page. Class name, making it flex, flex column, and space y4. That should do the trick. And then once we add the card, like right now we can move this side by side, but once we add the charts, not the card, they will have like less space, so we don't really have to move them side by side. Or maybe on the smaller screens we can. Okay, so then I'm gonna do flex column on maybe medium, and then flex row on the larger. And for that also, let's do item center. On medium, let's keep the text normal, but on the like default, we're gonna have text small. Same for H2. Let's do text medium by default, and then larger screens, text large, so that they're like, these two are better aligned. And I did add space Maybe let's just do space 4 on like both sides. Space Y4 as well. Okay, so far we have a header, view component on the dashboard as well as users table. And before we move on to setting up the backend and authentication, let's add a sidebar here that will open up on the left, and it would include some of the links to the other pages. This is kind of like a structure of a sidebar. It starts with a header, usually that's where the logo is. Then we have content. We are not going to have that many links that we would need like it to be scrollable, but that's also a possibility, as well as the footer. This is usually where you see like if there's like a settings or account buttons and it's sticky. And like using Shadcn, this is how the setup goes. First we wrap the components that we want to have the sidebar in sidebar provider, otherwise it's not going to render without it. Usually that goes in layout. And then we add our customized app sidebar, which includes setup kind of like this, but we also have to indicate what, let's say, icons we want, which pages, and other configuration. So okay, let's get started by first going to yeah, this is how it'll be similar to something like this. And we can add the, I guess since yesterday there's a new version of Shadcn, so it's asking me to install this version. So let's see, hopefully it doesn't have any issues with other components. Okay, and what's next? So we have to also add this like CSS configurations. We should already have layer base, so I'm just gonna copy this root and dark. So this sets uses variables and sets the colors. Going back to VS Code, this would be globals file, which is in the app folder, and sidebar. Okay, so it did update by itself when I installed this, seems like. Yeah, just making sure all the, also in the dark mode is there. Okay, so I guess we can skip this part, structure, and now let's go to our layout and add this provider. So layout, source in the app. I'm going to, well, we don't have the app sidebar yet, but I'm just going to copy the provider and the trigger. Import them at the top. And so what trigger does is that it's a button, like that you can open and close the sidebar, right? And then let's take the sidebar provider. So I will place this inside the body. Sidebar provider, and I'll close it out here, as well as the trigger. So let's add the trigger above the children, but we have to see how it plays out with the header, because we want the button to be inside the header, not really. So that's what it did. I guess it moved the header on this side. And then, well, for this, the width seems too big. For the sidebar, we can also indicate it. But instead of the trigger, I'm going to use sidebar inset, where we can indicate what area on the page needs to be next to the sidebar. So then this would be, instead of sidebar trigger, we would place a header also inside the sidebar inset. And the children. Okay, so that's better, but I don't see the button. For the inset, let's also add a class name. Make sure that it takes up all the space. So flex, hide screen, and overflow hidden. Inside the sidebar provider, I'm going to create another div, and with that, I'm going to make this flex, and also I'll set the sidebar inset flex 1 so that we make sure that the contents inside the sidebar inset take up all the remaining width. So yeah, let's do this class name. Flex height, let's set that to screen, and overflow hidden. Flex 1, overflow auto. And now we can see that it added the space on the right side for the sidebar, but there's no content there since we don't have actually sidebar component. And also sidebar has this side prop, so we would be able to change it to the left side. And if we were to add this here as well and go down, add it above sidebar side, I'm going to indicate left. It should move to the left side. Yeah, there's some still weird space here. I'm gonna look into why is that, but yeah, this is where our sidebar should be. Now let's create a separate component for the sidebar where we are still gonna use this UI, but we're gonna define the items and like map those menu items out. So it'd be better to have a separate component for that rather than putting that into the layout, but I just put this here just to show how it should work, and also I guess in terms of like building something when you're thinking about features and stuff, it's better to build like a simpler version first and then see if that works and build on top of that rather than jumping into the what you have in mind right away and then building things and not understanding how things work. So, right, now we know that the sidebar, without the menu items, it would still like create a space, and we'll have that on the left side. All right, enough about the talking about components. I'm gonna go in here, create a new file. I'll also name this sidebar.tsx, but because I'll be importing sidebar here, we have to either import as a different like alias name or give our function a different name. So I'm gonna do app sidebar since this is a not sidebar, this is a global sidebar, so to say, and we won't have any arguments, we are going to return sidebar on the left. Okay, so now let's define the sidebar items, and this would be constant sidebar items. So this would be an array of name string. Then we're gonna have href also string, and as far as the icon, it would be React node, and this would be an array. So let's start defining that. First one, I'll do name dashboard. Href would be default, and for the icon, I'm gonna import those from Lucid React. Let's do home, users, settings, and git pull request error. All right, so this one would be home. And here are the rest of the three that I have. So name users, href users, icon. Then we have git pull request error for support, and then finally settings for settings page. All right, so let's turn this into a component where we can pass children, and we will start with the sidebar header. We can use this way, sidebar.header, or we could also import that directly from the cn. Let's see an example. Yeah, I'll just import that. So okay, so those are all the imports, and let's start defining like a header. Only thing we're gonna include in the header would be the trigger button itself. Next, we are going to have the sidebar content, and here is where we use the sidebar menu tag, and we take our sidebar items and map them out. So what we put them in a sidebar menu item key, we're just gonna use index. As for the, I don't think we have to indicate the href here. Or maybe we could. Yeah, let's try href. Item.ref, and then we have sidebar menu button. In addition to the item icon, let's display item name. Okay, and then before we make any other changes, let's see. So this is not closing out properly. And then let's pull this down. So I think that should look right. And let's replace now our empty sidebar with, perfect, I already had this highlighted, with the app sidebar. And not to forget the imports. Then we're gonna remove this All right. So let's see what the issue expected. Yeah, I think there's some something going on with this. Oh, it's not closing out sidebar content. I never close it out. First, we need to close out sidebar menu, then sidebar content. That should look all right, but oh. Important thing, we need to define this as a use client. Okay, so since the item icon is actually a React component, instead of adding it in a curly brackets, we should be doing item.icon like this. Let's save that, and yeah, okay, so here's our sidebar. So the issue right now is that we don't have the trigger on our actual header. So there's a trigger button inside the sidebar header, but we can see that we have this menu items show up, and as we hover over it, like changes colors, icons look good. One thing I'll add is that if it will have a different styling if the current path is active. For example, we're on dashboard now, right? And we need to know which page we're on. So that would be for sidebar menu button is active. And we need to check if the current path name matches the item.href, right? So let's access the current path name. We can do that using importing use navigation from next navigation. So let's do use path name next navigation, and then it's like a hook, so we get the path name like this way, and then we check that in here. So it is active would be true if path name equals to item.href. Also, yeah, now it's the dashboard. The difference is a little bit not, it's like trivial, but yeah, this is like highlighted right now. And let's fix this issue now. So I'm gonna examine by going to inspector and see what the styles are being applied. So I guess it might be coming from this div that doesn't have the full width. So we can update that in the layout. I believe it was this one. So let's try setting it to like 100%, and yep, that looks good. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is, as you can see, we need to move the trigger button instead. Let's have this header for the sidebar have like a logo or something, and then move this button inside the header. Okay, so going to the sidebar, I'm going to comment out the trigger. Let's grab it and go to header. So this is justify end, but we're going to update that because we want the sidebar trigger to show up on the left side. It would make more sense. And then we need to, of course, import that without the caps lock. Sidebar trigger. Okay, I'm gonna save those changes. Okay, so now we can close this out and open it. Justify I'll set between. All right, so now it has moved to the left side. Instead, I'm gonna add here, let's see what the suggestions were. Text, let's do primary. Font bold. Okay, now let's create a database where we can store the data and also connect it to our application so that we can fetch the data, update, and so on. So if you've seen my previous tutorials, I do usually use like Vercel for deployment, and then I create like storage from there. But the database that they use is also powered by Neon. So this time maybe I'll try to directly create a database from Neon. And as you can see, like the free plan includes 10 projects and some storage. So if it's a first time use, you should be able to create like one project and use the storage. As for the ORM, so to communicate with database, have more like structured output, also output coming back typed, we're going to use Drizzle ORM. Yeah, it's a type safe as I mentioned, and it's really easy to run the queries, and also you can create like SQL queries if you need to. Okay, so let's get started with both of them. So here, the type of the database we're going to create is Postgres. So we select Neon from here, and here I'm just going to create an account. So if you don't have one, also go ahead and create one. Okay, after the sign up, redirected to the project create form. So I'll give project name admin dashboard. The rest of the version, I'll keep that as 17 region and create project. Okay, so now we should see this dashboard here, and it's probably going to be empty. Let's connect connect right now. So the database, we created a project, and I think it comes by default with a database. Let's see if it does have any tables. No, it doesn't have any tables, so we can use this database to connect to it. And what we need here is the connection string. I'm gonna select Nextjs, which we are not gonna use the, well, we will use the neon, but okay, let's copy this, and before you do, make sure to click on show password because the password is hidden here. Okay, copy snippet, let's go back to our project. I'm gonna create a new file. It would be .env, and I'll just like paste it here. So yeah, make sure this database URL, you have to keep it secret. So make sure that don't push it to GitHub. And as you can see here, it's like grayed out. That's because it is included in the git ignore file. So by default, it shouldn't push that there if you do like git commit. All right, let's set up the drizzle now. So I'm gonna copy this commands. We already have step 2 in. Open terminal. And while that is loading, I'll also copy this. This is like it initializes connection to the database, and then it needs that database URL to know like which database to connect to and the password, all that. But every single time we want to do something on the database, we don't want to pass this large variable, right? So that's why we're creating that in a separate file, and then we can reuse that. So I hope it created Drizzle, well, it installed Drizzle kit, but we're gonna double check. So this database file, I will create it in the source folder. New folder, actually it's going to be a folder because we're also going to store the schema here. Let's do new file index.tsx. I'm going to paste it here. And one thing I noticed is that I wasn't getting TypeScript like related errors highlighted in my VS Code. So what I did is I went to preferences and I have not, if you check TypeScript validate, I have not enabled that. So now we're gonna see there's some reds here, but we're gonna fix those. Let's see, first in the package.json, seems like this wasn't installed, so we shouldn't be getting this error based on the configuration. And there we might be getting is that the database URL is empty. So let's do, if it is empty, we're just gonna add empty string and I'm gonna export this constant. Let's save that, Command Tab, and okay, so instead of TSX, which I accidentally saved it as, it should be TypeScript file. And there's like the next step is creating a sample table. First, so this is the constant name, which is what we use in our webs, like front end side of things, right? When we import, and then on the back end, like if you browse the table, actually Postgres side of things, this is how the table name would be like the first argument, and then we define the field. So in this case, users have ID. That's a primary key, which means that we always, it's always unique, and we use this to basically index users. Then we have a name, age, and email. Then after the fields, we add first the type of the field, and then there's options. Those are optional. So this has a character type, then the maximum length, and it's required. This is integer, also required, and then the email has to be unique, but it doesn't mean just because it has unique, still the primary key remains to be ID. So we are not gonna yet create users table. We're gonna do that with the authentication, but what we will create is subscriptions table, which later on we're going to create a relationship to the user saves table as well once we learn about the relationships. But first, let's do just simple subscriptions table. And yeah, so we'll do a new schema file here in the db schema.typescript, and this is all the like types and options that I'm going to be using. Maybe I'll have to downgrade Drizzle version, but I'll try to run it first. So we need PG table, always in the case of table, then integer character. Let's do timestamp to save the times, or actually let's do date, and character. What else? Enum. Enum is like giving an options, like defined options that we can use. For example, if we were to use enum for plants, we can give for like 3 options that are, when we submit a plan, it always has to be one of those 3. So free, basic, premium. And this is the enum name. So everything we also create in the schema, we export those out because we're going to be using in whenever we run queries or mutations, things like that. Okay, so we have plan enum, and then we have subscription enum. And this, I want to give it subscription type. And there will be two types, yearly and monthly. All right, moving on to the table, export constant, subscriptions. Table, that would be the first field. We also give it subscriptions. Then, just like we saw in the users table, we want this to this one to have an ID. So we're always able to identify a unique subscription. Primary key would be used as ID, and generated always as identities, like I think fairly new field in Drizzle. The next, we are going to have a start date of the subscription, and this is where we're going to use date, and it's going to be null, not null, because it always starts at some point, and then end date, this one could be null in case a subscription is present. Then we have type. Here we can use this subscription enum that we defined. And also plan. So, okay, so those are all of our fields, except for the plan. Let's do default free. If we don't specify a plan, that's what it's gonna set to default. And yeah, that is our table. And one more step before we apply the changes to the database would be setting up a configuration file. So the configuration is just imports, environment variables, and before we run like drizzle commands, it just tells this commands where the files are located and what to use. Okay, so I'm going to copy that, and it has to be in the root of the project. So let's create a new file, drizzle.config.ts. Paste that in, and let's see if we have to change anything. So this is an output file. It will create a drizzle folder. Then schema, we do have in source db schema ts, so this one is correct. It is PostgreSQL, and this is our DB credential name. So, okay, looks good. I'm gonna save that. And this is what we can do to push, or we could also try generate. And then we can run this command npx drizzle Kit Studio to like browse the data. We don't have any data yet, but just browse the tables and make sure everything works. So this would start running on this URL, local drizzle studio. Let's go navigate to here, and yep, there's our subscriptions table. If you want to add a record from the studio using like there's a GUI, we can also do that, but actually I'm not gonna do it manually. Next thing is I will create a seed function which would let us push a lot of records with just one API call to the subscriptions. That way we can be ready to build the chart next. Because for chart we need more than one record, and it would be too tedious if we have to like just add records one by one. And for creating the seed function, so Drizzle ORM does have a seed function. We just need to define the data that we want to be added and then call that function, but we also need that to be done on the server side. So anything that communicates with the database happens on the server side. And in this case, that's what we have, the API endpoints, and we can create a new one and then call that endpoint. So in Nextjs, we create APIs by creating a new folder first. The name should be API, and then the folder name, this is the name of the path we want to give it to our endpoint. So in this case, I'm just gonna call it sid, and then we would have a new file inside sid, and for the file name, it also has to be route. So let's first import here some of the statements that we will need, starting with the drizzle. So this function would not come from the neon, it would be from Node Postgres. Drizzle seed, then we have greater is a function that I'm going to use also in the query, drizzle aura. We need the schema to define the new records as schema from and finally the database call itself. Let's see why. Oh. All right, so now creating a function in the APIs, we do export async since this is a synchronous function, and as a function name, we pass method. In this case, you're gonna do get. And before we create new subscriptions, let's get the current date. So that would be point of reference. So from current date, all those subscriptions would have started before the current date, right? So constant now equals new date. So await seed. The first argument here is the database. Then this is where we define what we're passing. Subscriptions, table name, schema dot subscriptions table. And then we call refine functions. That's coming from like a inner callback. And here we are defining table followed by columns. So yeah, this example here is correct. So we give the field name and then, so functions is like a built-in part of the refine here, and it comes with different functionalities on top of that. So functions.date will give you date, and you can select like a date range, and then you can also get weighted random. So I would have different sets of data because I want the data to be like a little bit diverse, so we get the charts, not like the one line. And let's fix, I think this is extra. Okay. So what we do in weighted random is we pass an array. It doesn't necessarily have to be 3 items, it could be just one. That defines what kind of values we want to create randomly. So in this case, I gave it a weight of 3. So weights in the end, in the weighted random, should always sum up to be 1. So 1 for like 100. So if you use weights, keep that in mind, and then we pass the value. So I'm basically saying for 30% of all this like numbers here that you're gonna generate, pick the values from minimum date this one and maximum date that one. So then for all the 40%, it would pick like more dates, and then for the remaining, you would pick dates from the past month. So then here we have end dates. So 60% of them would have no end date. So default value, we're going to set that to null. And then we'll have short term, that would be minimum date this date and then maximum. And then we have a little bit more and more as we go on. And then total, we can pass also count. Any number of records you want to generate. I'm gonna do 2. And in API case, we can't leave the API hanging. We have to return something. So let's return a response if we get to this part, .json. And then I'll pass the message, seed data generated successfully. And then before we run this, we have to add the drizzle seed package because it doesn't come with just the drizzle. So let's do that here. All right, now to run the seed, I usually use Postman to test any APIs, but you can actually run this URL in the browser as well because it is a GET request. But if you're doing it in a Postman, make sure you have the GET selected. Other than that, we don't need to pass anything. So I'm just going to click send and okay, sending. All right, let's see if we got anything in the terminal. You can see it said like compiled, GET request was made. And now let's check in the studio. There's a refresh button on the top right corner. And that's our 20 records. So that's pretty cool that it got added. And now we can query those records and display them on the charts on our app. But for the charts, we're gonna use a little bit more complex queries. And to start with the simpler one, let's just fetch the total number of subscriptions, which we hard-coded here on the page, and then pass that number to our subscriptions metric card. Okay, so for all the admin related stuff, I'm going to create a new folder in the app folder and name it admin. And in here, I'll create a new file, actions.ts, where I'm gonna store all the actions that are related to our database. Because this is a server actions, we have to use server keyword at the top of the file. And then we make import statements. So we definitely do need database from DB. We also need a subscriptions table. So yeah, it's better not to load the whole schema unless we need to. So that's why loading the subscriptions table, and I'm gonna also some functions that we're gonna need, for example, count. For more complex queries, we're gonna use SQL, ascending, and or equals to is null. Right now, just like with functions, like we would create a function is how we would also create a server action, export async function. We're gonna give a function name, get subscriptions count. No arguments since this is just like a total count. And we are going to create a data object, await, db.select. So we only need this field from it. So this is how it's going to return. And then from in the for from field, we pass subscriptions table. Table, we don't need this execute. Then we return data. So the thing with Drizzle ORM is that it does return array even for like single items. So I think that's a little bit annoying, but yeah, we would have to, it would only have one item, so we would have to access the first item and then get the count field. All right, now let's go back to our page, which is where we actually need the data. So I'm gonna move this like here and close this out. We don't need schema for now. Going back to source app page. So all the action related imports, I'm going to separate them, and let's import from app admin actions. All right, and so we have to now make this home async function because we have to wait for the subscriptions data to come in. Async function and then constant subscriptions equals, oh wait, get subscriptions count. And then for now we can just like console log to make sure we have the number. And yeah, it's 20 right here in the terminal, not in the console of the browser. So anything that's coming from server and server components, which is what page is right now, they would show up in the terminal. Anything client related shows up in the browser console. Okay, so we have that. We would have to move this metrics inside because now they become dynamic. All right, here we have the change. Okay, now we can get started with the charts. To build the charts, we're going to be using this library called recharts. They have like a large selection of different charts with a lot of customizations, and also on top of that, Shetsin UI does offer some additional features for the charts and tooltips. For example, here there's a bar chart, but then this chart tooltip comes from Shetsin, and then I believe if we install charts from here, it should also install the recharts, but I would say for main documentation as a reference, I would still use this rechart site. Just for the setup, I'll use Shetsin. So okay, let's copy this command, go back to the VS Code and add that. How fast are this versions changing? This like few hours ago, I also had to install the version. That's interesting. Okay, so next we have to add the following colors to our CSS file, which I will add right now, but later on we're gonna modify this colors because we will have like a theme and all the primary colors, and those would be following that. So yeah. Actually, I'll just directly paste the modified colors that, okay, so it already added the colors, so I'm just gonna change them. This is the values that I'll be using, and then if you want to grab those values, I'll also include GitHub in the description so you can use that. And then I have ones for the dark Where's this? Okay, so yeah, I will add those in here. Let's save that. So the way it goes is first we define the data, then we define the configuration depending on what chart we're using. So let's say we want to pass the colors, labels, things like that. We can use type chart config from the UI chart, and we can then pass all this configuration to the actual containers. So yeah, these are some samples, but let's build first. I will use the pie chart. So in the components folder, new file, let's do chartpy.tsx. So we have to make this a client component since we would have some interactivity, for example, on hover over and stuffs, and then behind the scenes, I'm sure that behind the scenes, the charts are tracking the state. So yeah, client component, and I will use trending up icon for some trends from Lucid React. Next up, we import all the components we need from recharts. That would be a label, pie, and the pie chart itself. Then let's import, we're gonna put this pie chart into a cart, so all the cart components here. And finally, we are going to import all the Shadcn UI related components from the UI folder. So that would be the config that I talked about, container, tooltip, and the tooltip content. Okay, so let's create the component now, export function. We'll take a dataset as an argument, and then we're gonna return. First, I will create like a card. I haven't defined data, but I'll do that later on. And I wish automatic closing tag, which I have installed. For some reason it's not working. Okay, card header. Then we have a card title and card description. This would be just what the chart is about and exactly what numbers it's showing. So in this photo, for example, we see two pie charts. Instead, you're gonna use one. So maybe like disregard this green side and then use this purple. And we're gonna have show a breakdown of subscriptions. So like the biggest pie would be wherever we have largest number of subscriptions, and then so on. When I say type of subscriptions, I mean free, basic, and premium. So that's what we're building on right now. Next, this is where the cart, we put that into a cart content. So we can have two parts, oh no. Chart container, and then let's copy this for now as a sample to make sure it's getting displayed. We don't have data 0. I'm gonna see where that's coming from. Oh. Okay, so as a sample, I'm gonna take this pie chart before we pass the data, and I'll add that into a cart content to make sure that it is getting displayed. And like, let's do sample data. Guess that should be good. And maybe remove the data for now. Okay, so chart pie, and yeah, let's see how that looks like. So I'm going to import, we go to package.json, recharts should be installed here. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why it's throwing errors on every import that I have from node modules, but I mean, they're loading, so maybe something with the VS Code settings one more time, but yeah, I'll try to investigate. Let's import our chart by component. And I'm going to add that next to the users table. All right, so we do see the text, but not the chart. And I'm missing the pie chart wrapper itself, so we need to, I guess, set the width and the height on that one. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's our chart, and we have how many groups? 4. And then those are the values. So I think it automatically calculates the percentages and how much like share it should display. Okay, now let's modify so we don't use hard-coded data anymore, and we actually use data from our database. And for that, I'll add a new action, which would be subscriptions breakdown. So we'll create a query that would fetch the count of all subscriptions and group them by plans. Get subscription breakdown. And let's give it a name. I'll do breakdown equals to await db. We still use select because we want to get the data back. We're not modifying anything, but this query would be a little bit complicated. Let's define what kind of data we want to get back. So we do want to know which plan is the count about. So that would be coming from subscriptions table and the plan field. Then we want a custom field, which we don't have. And this would be count. And I'm going to use a SQL in this case. So this is the type, which is number, and then it would count everything. Then like that's all for the fields. We define from the table, which is subscriptions table. And we add a group by. This is where we indicate the plan. Before I do the group by, I'm going to add a where condition. There will be, let's make sure that the plans we're returning are, well, so far we have 3 plans, right? Basic, premium, and free. In case we add more plans in the future, in this query, we're going to make sure that only these 3 plans are getting included. And we only show current subscriptions, which means subscriptions that have end date set to null and are currently going on. Since we have 2 conditions, this is where I'm going to use and put first condition or statement subscription, not status, but plan equals basic. Then we have premium and free. And is null function. Subscriptions. And date. Okay, then we have a group by. Don't necessarily need to order it. We're just gonna return this breakdown. All right, let's save this and same steps. Copy, import it into our page where we have this chart by. So we're gonna here, while I'm on this line, I'm going to pass that as a data. So I'll import that and then I'll like declare it or like make a call to that function. This, I already have import from actions here, so I will add that in this line. And I name this subs breakdown equals await get subscriptions breakdown. Okay, before we save this, let's go back to ChartPy, remove this, and instead pass the data this way. So we do need to update how this data is shown because, for example, in the previous, let's see, we had a name and a value. And then in here we have, we indicated data key, value, and the name. But right now we're gonna get data in different formats. So let's just first pass it and just console log so that I can show you guys how that data is looking like. Console log data. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go back to the page and also save that and make sure I'm running this. All right, let's reload the page. This would make the call again. Let's see what the error is. All right, something related to charts. Let's first look at the data and then we'll fix the error. We have plan total, those two fields. So based on that, in this case, our value would be total and then our like kind of label would be plan. Let's replace this here. Same thing for over here. But we also need to format the data because if you notice, the total doesn't come back as a number, it comes back as a string. Even though I did indicate here that it should be a number, still like response isn't string. So let's change that and we're gonna call this process data. Data, let's map it out. And I'll also use index, just do I. And let actual index be, so I, if we map this out, first item would be 0, but we actually want it to start from 1. I plus 1. This is because we also want to pass the colors, and if you recall in the globals.css, we add the colors this way, like chart 1, chart 2, 3, and so forth. So it starts at 1. And okay, so we have the index and then let's write a return statement. So we're gonna pass all the fields from the item, including updating the total, which would be parse int. That way we can convert the total and by like to the 10th. Then we add a field. So we can call the variables first, like it would be HSL, and then we put variable in parentheses, then the name of the variable, so chart, and our only thing that would be dynamic here is index. All right. This one, we have to close this out, and that should be it. I'm going to copy the process data, paste it in here. And that's our updated data. It shows these 3 colors that I have in global CSS, as well as the breakdown kind of looks correct because we have 5, 4, and 4. So these 2 are equal, and then this is the biggest one, which is free plan. But we can't see any labels. We can't see hover over like which plan is which. So for that, we are going to use like the containers from Nextjs as well as the defining current configuration. But before we get into creating the chart configuration, we will create, we'll just calculate the total number of subscriptions so we can put that data as like part of the chart data. So this would combine subscriptions for all 3 plans. I'm going to name this constant total subs. This would be a number. And it would be process data that actually looks right. So we start at the 0, item total, and sum them up. Okay, now it's time for chart configuration, and I'll use the type from the Nextjs. We'll name this chart config that equals to. So this would be. And also we'll extend because we are going to have other fields. But for stars, let's do total, and then label would be subscriptions. Then we take the data, and for each item, we also do the index updated, and we start defining the adding fields to the chart config. So this would be item by plan. So plan would be the key of the object. And inside this object, we're going to have values like label, which would be, let's capitalize the first character of the plan name. So it would be item, plan, character add 0 to uppercase, and then the rest of them we're going to slice it up and add it to the string, as well as the color, which we already kind of defined once. Then comma here. I think that's about it. Okay. We can also define dark colors, but let's start with default, like the light theme first, see how that works. All right, adding this chart container here, passing the configuration that we just defined. And let's just center it. So class name, I would do mx auto, aspect square, max, height, I'll set it to 250 pixels. We have to close this chart container, and let's see first how that looks like. Oh, I should have closed this one first. It should be character add, there's a typo there. Okay, so those are configurations. We don't see any tooltips yet, but that's what we're gonna add next. This should be inside the pie chart. I will do cursor. That would be a props on the tooltip itself. And let's do hide label. So we have total plan. Let's also set inner radius and our outer radius. So we have space for the label. I'm going to do 60. I'll remove the fill because we have colors already for all of the plans. And let's add another props stroke width that would equal to 5. We will add the label inside this pie. So that would be our final step. Before we display the label, let's see, make sure inner radius works. Okay, so now if we hover over, which we know that which plan it's referring to, also we get like the number, actual number itself rather than just the breakdown. So that's what we did when we defined this chart configuration here. Okay, so then inside the label, we are going to add this like total subs, and it would be just a text. And then to display the content inside, we can try something like this, content equals to, and then here create 2 spans. Well, I'm gonna start with a fragment first because it probably takes only 1 child, and then span total subs and convert that to string. Close with the curly brackets. Next, just the text subscriptions. But you can see that they don't really show up because we have to indicate the position. And if we were to, for example, inspect it and try to find it here, subscriptions, there's so many of them. So yeah, it doesn't even show where it's displaying because it is inside SVG, right? So we have to correctly give like the path or like position to it in regards to the SVG. This is not like just the JSX. And for example, in this one, we define this value CX, CY, and we can access also those values within the label. To access the view box, that would be view box field, so parenthesis and then view box here. And then we check if we actually have values coming from the label content. So this would be if view box exists, and then we want to check these 2 values, CX, which would be X position, and then in view box. All right, we turn this fragment into a text that would have field. X would pass that as viewbox dot cx, and then in similar ways, y would be viewbox dot cy. The other field's text anchor we wanted to place in middle. And same for dominant baseline, that would be middle. And then these 2 fields, we should copy it for the spans as well. So this is T-span, same as this. Pasting those fields and here as well. Let's see if we we'll need anything else, but we have to close this out first. So this is an if statement, then we have, and the third one, save it. I'm gonna reload the page so it creates the SVG file one more time, and let's see if we're missing something. Let's add class names. Maybe that's why it's not showing up. So fill would be foreground. Text 3XL and font bold. And this one instead would be, let's do muted foreground. Oh, I did not have a return statement. So return and then wrap this text in parentheses. Then we get this label with the total number of subscriptions. Now we're done with this pie chart itself, but like let's move it right next to the users table because it really doesn't need like a whole row. It's a fairly small chart, and also we're gonna give name to this table because it just kind of lists information, but it doesn't say what it is for. Going back to the page, this is the div that contains users table and chart pie. So I'm gonna start adding class names. This would be great. On smaller screens, we'll do just one column. On medium, let's do a larger 3. So 2/3 would be taken up by users table. Gap 4. And 2, like, make sure users table has 2/3. We have to specifically define it in its parent container, creating a separate div and saying on like medium and larger screens span equals 2. And let's move this further up. I'll also create like a card where I'm going to place this user table. So I think Shatsin does have this Tailwind classes defined for the card. So we're gonna use that background card. Rounded corners, let's do large, padding 6, shadow small. And that would be it. Next, we define header. H2 sounds good. I'm gonna say recent users, margin bottom 4, recent users. Okay. All right, that should be it. This is how it looks like on smaller screens, and then on larger screens, it has more space. And let's do maybe medium, we can do 2. Or let's keep medium 3, but for this one, we're gonna do 1, and then on larger screens, so that the pie chart has a little bit more space and doesn't really show just the line, call span 2. How about that? Okay. And we have to define that for pie chart as well. Okay, let's see if I can add a class name here, but, or yeah, let's just do this one. Large, medium 2. That looks, yeah, really small. Okay, I'm going to just keep one per row, and then on large we're gonna have the 2 and 3. Yep, like this. Let's also center this text. I think that would look better. Where's the subscriptions background? Or maybe header. And I'll make this smaller on smaller screens. And then medium text. Probably this one's large. No, okay, normal. Great. Okay, and one more thing we should do in this pie chart is define the types. So first we have the data type we can create. So usually, for example, for select query in Drizzle, we can use the types generated by Drizzle, but since this is more of like a custom query, we give the fields the names. We're not directly using the values or like attributes from table. So that's why we're gonna define ourselves, and I'll name this data item. And this will do, it's a pretty simple type. We have plant string, and then we have total, that is a number. So then we can define chart pie props, which would take in data, and that would be an array of data item. Okay, so we have the data definition. Now I'll just define data as this. So total comes back as a, that's what we saw, right? As a string. Yeah. All right, so actually I'm gonna change the type of the total to string, and let's see if there's anything else here. So here data is inferred. This is number, and content viewbox. Let's see if we can define this or import the type from shed.cn, where we have the label. Oh, it's on recharts. Okay. And rechart has a label props type already defined, so we can import that. And then inside the label props from the recharts, there we have a type view box. So we don't need all the label props, we just need to access that type. So that's why I'm gonna like just create a new type for us that would be viewbox, and that equals to, I'm gonna make this non-nullable label props and then viewbox in it. Let's copy this type. And define it here. Okay, so now we have all the types for the pie chart. Okay, we are going to create a line chart next, and we can examine how the data would be like, and we would need way more data in this case than previously, because previously we had just like for every category just one total number. In this case it's more like a time series. So on the x-axis we see here pages. What we are going to have instead would be a month or some different date ranges. And then for the lines, we would compare yearly subscriptions to monthly subscriptions. So let's say if this is January, February, March, for the month of the March, we're gonna see how many active yearly subscriptions were there compared to the monthly ones. And then yeah, the y-axis will indicate number, just like in this case of an example. And let's look at, so this is some of the configurations. We set the width and the height. We pass the data same way we passed it to the pie chart. Then we have some configurations for the lines, like if we want strokes, if we want dashes, things like that. Also, we have to indicate the data key. So that would be for x-axis, y-axis, the tooltip. So if we hover over, we see in this case it's UV and PV. The numbers exactly, we can define the stroke colors for each of the lines as well as data key, so it correctly maps the number to its label. And let's see if it's gonna show us data format. Okay, I'm gonna click here. Every data item should include like where we want to mark the point on x-axis, as well as include the height of the y-axis, which would be amount, I'm assuming in this case. And then the two data points, so yearly subscription and then monthly subscription. And that goes on for all the items we have in an array. So I'm back on the actions file, and we'll define a new query to get the data for the subscriptions grouped by the month. Export async function. And we're only going to pay attention to get active subscriptions. So active subs by plan and also per month, I guess. And as I mentioned, we want it for different intervals. So I'm gonna pass a prop where this interval would be a number, and if it's not passed, then by default it would be 12. So it would return all the results from the past 12 months, a year. All right, I needed to remove suggestions. Distracting, constant, like let's name the data that we're gonna get, month over month subscriptions. And this would be await db. It would be like would you select? It would just be more complicated than I guess we had the last time. So before we get all the data, let's first generate like a series of months. So I would do month, then SQL. This will return date. And yeah, we would use date truncate. So what this function does, it truncates the date to the specified time for, if we say month, and then we have results like 1st of December and then 30th of December, it would just return the December. And since we want to group subscriptions by the month date, that works perfectly. And we can also return like a formatted month label because it would come back as a number, and let's do instead a format that says like month name and a year. So I'm gonna do this. 2-character is the function that's gonna convert this number. And I'll update the format. I'll do month, Okay, so this is the format of the year. We have a select from subscriptions table, then we define where condition that is, so we have two conditions actually. First, the where it only returns the results for our defined interval. So from here, this is where we use like dynamic value of the past interval. We use the truncate function one more time, and we make sure that the start date of the subscriptions that we're gonna get back would be larger than, and then we do date truncate. So for comparison, we have the dates in the same format, month, and then we get the current date, which is also like a function, minus the, not moving around, interval in a integer type, or so if interval is not defined, so if this says 12 months, it would just be replaced by 12, and then add a month in here. Okay. So then we need to group the results by the month, and this would be grouped by SQL truncate month, and then yeah, subscription start date. But we also need to convert to the same like character that we did here. So I would start this in another line and do this conversion, close this out. Finally, we're gonna order by, so by the start, the month of the start date. So let's say January 1st, then February, and so on. Okay, so this is like a simplified version, and we're gonna return more fields as well from select. But first, let's make sure we get this version working and we understand how data is looking like. I'm going to take this, I'm going to add that in our page where we have actions, imports, paste that, constant subs per month, and I'm just going to console log them. Okay, so that's it's great that I didn't have to reload the page, it automatically reloaded. So yeah, it did remove all the timestamps. We just have month result, and then those are the labels. So the records we have are from April, June, July. There's some months skipped because we don't have subscriptions for those months. So technically it doesn't return the subscriptions for all 12 months, just the month that have the subscriptions. Okay, going back to the actions, let's add those other fields that I talk about. So we're just gonna need like a number of subscriptions, right, for each category, which is like yearly and monthly. So let's get started with the yearly one. We take a SQL query, we want to get back a number, we take count, let's do everything, and we're going to use a filter. And the plan would be not the plan, but the type of the subscription would be yearly. Let's see what results this returns. So we have 3, 1, so even though we do get results for month that are grouped by this month when subscriptions were started, that doesn't mean that in other months there were not subscriptions that were continued, so that would still be considered in a number. For example, in April there were some subscriptions that have a start date in April, and then we have yearly subscriptions that have start dates that are within the interval, but there could be some subscriptions that were also in May, for example, and then went on to June. So for that, we have to update and not just use the start date, but we can use a SQL function generate series. So we'll generate a series for all the month within the interval, and then calculate the subscription numbers for every month. So for that, first I can't use this start date for the month. So what we'd have to do is kind of use this function, create like a new from SQL statement, and then use a join, which I'm gonna explain on the subscriptions table. So this is how the statement would look like. We are going to select this generate series function that I mentioned. In the function, we have arguments like when do we want the series to start. So this would be current date minus the interval. And then when do we want the series to end, which would be just like the current date. And then what we want intervals to look like, we're going to do 1 month. So then this is going to return, kind of think of it as an object series. And then the month values itself would be coming back to month. So if we wanted to access these values now, like in an array, for example, we would do like series.month. So given that, we can update how we return this month right here. And I'm gonna replace this one with series.month. Same thing for here. So for the yearly subscriptions, we already have a condition where we filter by the yearly, but we also have to make sure that the start date of the subscriptions is less than the series month. And also, and it's active, so end date is either null or it's larger than the series month. So for this, we are going to add end statement. Okay, so start date. And I'm gonna remove this. So same thing here. And then we are going to do that for both group by and order by. All right, so those are the changes. And then instead of where, we have from this series month here, and then we have to also get the results from subscriptions table. So we're gonna do left join. Left join is basically selecting on the left table, we get all the records and then all the matching records from the right table. So let's do that. Left join subscriptions table, and then we have a SQL where yes, the start date should be less than a month, and I will also do subscriptions table. End date is null, so it's current, or end date is larger than series month, so during this month it was active subscription. Okay, so, and I think I'm closing this parenthesis early here because this condition goes on here, and this is where we need it to be closed. So if we go to terminal right now, we can see that like the numbers look differently because it's actually showing the subscriptions that were active during that month and not just like subscriptions that started. So that's great. And one more thing we're gonna add to this, and then we are done with this query, is monthly subscription. So we pretty much have the same conditions in terms of like date range. It has to be active. Only thing that will be different for monthly subscription is just the type of the plan, which is what we're gonna update here, monthly. Let's save that and look at some of the numbers that should update here. All right, and here we are. All right, now going back to components folder, we are going to create a line chart component so that we can display the data. This would be use client. We are going to import the chart related components we need from rechart. So that would be Cartesian grid, line chart, x-axis, and yeah, that's about it. We also are going to import the card related components and also chart components from the Jetson charts. Then we define configurations. This is where we define which colors we want for different labels. And this would be, first we do monthly. Label, let's do monthly active subscriptions, and color, we need to use HSL. And then we pass the variable chart1, followed by the yearly label, color, and defining the type. So I'll say satisfies chart configuration, and let's see the type we have imported here. All right, so let's create the function chart line. This will take in data. Also, we have to define the data type. So let's one more time look at it. So everything here is string, and we're gonna define type, data item. Month is string, okay, month label, also string. String, and then later on we're gonna convert that to be integer, and data would be data item array. All right, let's wrap everything in the card. Yeah, there's no type error. There's definitely something wrong because chart config is a type. Something wrong with my extension for like that's supposed to be checking types. Starting off with the card, I'm going to add card header. And then I'll add a separate div here because we're gonna have then later on another component, and I'll define the card title and the description, subscription trends, and then which trends are we comparing to each other. Okay, so let's import this into the page and pass the data. First, import chart line, that would be components, chart line. And then we also have to import the action that we just created. That's going to be, oh, we already have that here, okay. So we take the subs per month. Actually add that right next to the add banner and the quick links. And I'll put this into a div. So let's just first, well, we won't be able to see what chart looks like, but we can still see the position. So save changes. Yeah, this is where the chart is right now. And then let's move it to be next to these two. So for that, I'm gonna wrap them into a grid container. This equals to grid columns 1 on medium would be 3 and gap 4. So in this case, yeah, chart line would take up the 2/3 of the space. Call span 2. Let's see how that looks like. So we're done with the line chart here, and now let's move on to the authentication part of the application. We are going to create users, implement sign in and sign up, also create different roles, permissions. So admin role will have the most permissions. We're going to define those permissions. We'll get the users list. And also will enable invitations to add users and to change the roles of users from our application. And let's get started with the setup for the authentication and authorization. We are going to use Clerk. It comes with an SDK. It also stores all the user information, session, last login, things like that. So we don't have to build those from scratch. And if you don't have an account, you have to create an account in the dashboard clerk.com. I'm gonna go ahead and create a new application specifically for this tutorial. So I'm gonna name admin dashboard tutorial. So you can select any of the login options. You wouldn't require any extra configuration. I'm just going to stick with the email. And actually, let's also add Google create application. Okay, so this should show us steps as well as the API keys we would need to set up the application. I think Nextjs here is selected by default. So first step, install the package. Let's go ahead here in our terminal. Do that. I'm going to copy this. So we have two keys, the next publishable key, which is on the client side, and then we have the secret key. That env file, I will add those in here. All right, I will close all the other pages. Next step is adding this in the middleware so that it kind of like when we navigate in between pages, we load this module, and also it configures like on which files we should run the authentication. For example, the API routes should always be protected if you are not displaying any public information from the database. So in this case, we want only users to have access of any data stored in the database, for example, subscriptions, things like that. So that's why we're gonna keep this configuration. All right, and then middleware, create one or the source directory if you're using source. So we are using the source, and let's create one here. All right, now so that app has access to different auth functions, we need to wrap it in clerk provider, and then we can also directly use ready-made React components inside our app. So first I'm gonna go to the layout. So technically we only going to access the odd stuff from the admin. Okay, so let's import clerk provider. From clerk, Nextjs. And then we can wrap the whole application in it. So all right, as for these buttons, we can add them in the header rather than the layout, since we have a separate component for the header. So I'm gonna copy this, go to the header. Replace that, and we also need an import statement. I think that should be it for the setup. So let's try it out. So where's the sign in? Should not be there. I'm gonna wrap this in a div. It's giving us two options, sign in, sign up. Let's remove the sign up to the sign in. Or I'm going to sign up, but then I'll remove the sign up button. Okay. And now I have this button here where I can also like manage account, sign out. It'll show the name that I have, my email, and then like a profile photo. So once we fetch the user data, we also want to store additional data about the user, like the role. So that would be public metadata, which could be stored in a session. And by default, it's not part of the session, but we can configure that. So going back to the clerk dashboard, I'm going to go to session management, sessions, and then customize session token. Here is where we're gonna include to put the make public metadata available, and it's not that. So in this object, we did this, and so these are the fields that are there by default. I guess this is what we have, and so in the metadata, then we're gonna store the information about the role. Okay, so let's save that. And we have to update also the type definition of the sessions, because by default we have the data that's available in the sessions. So since we're going to customize that, let's go to, so I don't think we have the types folder yet here. So inside the source folder, we're going to create a new folder, types. To like keep the types organized and not have it all in one place. And for the global types, we're going to create file globals d.ts. So when we add d.ts, that means that those types are going to be by default exported anywhere throughout our application. And let's export all. Then we're gonna create the type, export type role. So we are going to have a admin role, and then let's do user and guest. So admin will have access to everything, and then maybe guest will do some like view some information, and then user would be like logging in and out. This would be declare global interface custom JWT session claims metadata role would be then one of these values. Let's save that. And now before we create the functionality within the app to update the roles, how do I make my user admin? So I'm gonna go to the users next to the settings, and scroll down here. There should be public metadata. So this is what we're going to edit, and we're gonna do a role admin. Okay, so save, make sure you save that. So public, edit here, and then paste role admin, and go down, make sure to save it. So there's two ways we can make this experience different for users of different roles. One is we can restrict like specific functionality on what like users can click on or do. And second is we can even restrict different pages so that they are only available to users with specific roles. Okay, so let's take a look how we can restrict the page. And for example, this is the dashboard page, but for like the users, we can make that only available to admins. So if we go to middleware, here we can create like a function that would check if if we are on a restricted path. So let's call this constant is admin route, and this would be we are gonna use the create route matcher from Nextjs clerk server. So create matcher, and what this does is that it takes in array, and then you can define in what format. Like you can just directly pass the actual URL, or we could also pass a kind of like a wild card. So if I say that admin, and then it goes something like this. So it would restrict all the pages that would be inside, starting with an admin. Okay, so now to actually modify the who has access to it, what we do is inside the clerk middleware function, we're gonna modify that. So we're gonna take async, we have access to auth object here, and then request object. So we're gonna take this too, and based on that, we'll first access the metadata. So that would be, that's where we need the auth object, await auth, and session claims is how the object looks like, and the metadata. Then we have function. So if is admin route that we just created, we're gonna pass our request. And we're gonna check if session claims metadata role doesn't equal to admin. Then we're gonna redirect, and in Nextjs on the server side, because this middleware happens on the server, for redirect we have to use, especially with this version of next response, and then we're gonna have from next server. Okay. So this would be return next response. Redirect, and I'm gonna leave this empty. So we're gonna redirect to the home page, which would be like a dashboard. So to try this, I'll create another user that would not be an admin. So I'm gonna sign out, sign up again. This time I'll just use email. So I'm just checking right now, and in the dashboard, I see that the new user has been added. I'm also logged in using the new user. So now, inside admin, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'll name this users, and inside users, new file page.tsx. Let's just create like a default page. So this should be only visible to admins based on the configuration change we made in the middleware. So yeah, now if I try to navigate, so the URL of this page would be admins and then /user, users. So if I navigate here, okay, so there's an error. It was trying to navigate, but from the source middleware, it's asking us to use absolute URLs. I haven't seen that error before. Oh, so yeah, we could get like create a new URL. So that would be this, and then we take in request.url, and instead we can use that. All right, so I'm gonna once again try to navigate to admin users, and it should redirect me to this dashboard. So now I'm gonna log in with my admin account. All right, so from my admin account, let's try it one more time, admin users. And we can see this page now. Okay, so now let's get user related data from the clerk, and then we can add it on different pages. We also have some metrics that we're gonna need on the dashboard as well. Going back to the code, we're gonna also, since these are server, all the data that we're trying to fetch would be related to the server. I'm going to go back to the actions. Okay, so I did solve import errors that I was getting, like the incorrect highlighting, which is apparently I was using my VS Code's version, not the TypeScript version, not the project's TypeScript version. So I changed that, and what I did was select TypeScript version, so I had VS Code, but instead I selected the workspace, which is newer. So that's why I'm not getting errors anymore. All right, so let's import what we need for to access the clerk. This is going to be clerk client, and it would be coming from clerk Nextjs server. And I think that's the only import that we would need. So let's start with two functions, get the user's count and then get the list of the users. So this one should be pretty simple. Export async function get user count, and we create the client, which should be await and clear client, and then we access the data, which would be await client.users. The function is get count, and we return the data. All right, so technically for the users list, we can copy this and make some changes. We are going to change the name, get users list. And we're going to call get user list function. All right, so let's go back to our page. And add our imports. I'm missing users count, or let's do user count and then user list. I will save that and I'll update this. User count equals user count and users equals get users list. So we take this and we update this hard-coded value that we have 500. I'll show. I'm gonna add clerk as a name first. And console log it. So, well, we should be seeing it in our terminal. So we're getting the data users inside the field data. We have an array. So let's try that and pass that to our users table, which we have right here. And see if it works. We probably have to change some of the fields. I'm gonna make this bigger. So let's see how we access the data. Okay, so we get the object. So if we do this, that data. Okay, so that's I guess correct. This one where I registered with just the email and don't have name. Name was not imported, so this looks right. And then for the other one in the Gmail, Clark was able to access that information. All right, now let's work on the users page. As you recall, we did create inside admin folder users page that's only accessible, only visible to the users that have the role of the admin. But so that we are able to navigate from the menu, we would have to update the link. And let's find where our navigation bar is. So inside the layout, we have this app sidebar, and this is where we created the list of our menu items. So in here, I'm going to update so that it's not just users, but it matches the URL, which is admin users. I'm going to save that. If I navigate here now and click on this link, I'm gonna restart. And I think I have a, yeah, typo here. So href equals to href, and let's reload this, click on the users. Not triggering. Okay, so instead we should have a link. So the sidebar menu item does not have a prop named href. So I'm going to add here link from Nextjs. So here, since this is a button, we're going to redirect to the inside child to kind of trigger that link press, and href that equals to item.href. And we removed this one from the, let's try now. Okay, so if I click, we can see on hover over, it shows us the URLs, and oh, and then because I'm not signed in, it's not, I just noticed, it's not letting me check the users page, which is what we want. So I'm gonna sign in again. All right, we're going to try now. All right, let's try now. So it would be users, and this is what we get. All right, so let's import the user count function from the action. So get user, not count, the list from actions, and we are going to change page to be an async function, since we have to make an asynchronous call. And let's do users equals to 08, get users list, and then we are going to extract data from here and then display that. And let's save that. I'm gonna move this to the side so we can see our users. Well, it won't be visible yet until we display them. So removing this, let's create an order list, and we are going to map out users here. So users map, we have user index and list item. Let's close this out. It would be, so key, we can actually, instead of the index, we can use user.id, because we know that that is always unique. And I'm going to, we don't have actually the name, we have like a first name and a last name, but before that I want to display the image. So here I'll create another div. I'll say image source equals to user.image URL, and then alt text would be user.first name, and then we can combine this with user.last name. All right, that's huge, but we have our two users mapped here, and we are going to update the styling. So class name, height, set the width and height fixed, so that would be 9. And let's make it circle, rounded full. Okay, that looks better. Now, after the image, let's add another div that would contain user information. So, paragraph, user first name, user last name. So we only have one of those, and I'm going to make this class name. Let's set font size to medium. All right, now let's do another paragraph. This would be for email address. As we recall, we have like multiple email addresses, so we're gonna do user dot email addresses. Find email. We don't need the index. Email dot id that equals to user primary email ID address. Oh, I don't know why it's doing map. I was looking for find. And then this would be here, ID dot email address. And okay. So before we add anything else in this unordered list, let's add a div here that would kind of give us information about what we can do in this section. So first I'm going to start with the header thread. This would be members. And then paragraph to manage roles of existing members. As an admin, you can add, edit, or delete users. Let's see the text, update the styling. I'm also going to set this font to size medium. And as for this now, class now, let's add margin at the top one. Text, make it small, and the color muted that foreground. Now let's build a send invite form that we're gonna add somewhere in between here. For that, we need an action that actually does send an invite. So we're gonna start out with that. We are going to add this in our actions file to keep things organized. And let's do after we have like clerk or like auth related stuff, maybe here. Export async function send invitation. So this action will be triggered on the form submit because send an invite would be a form. So we can have inside the form we have access to the previous state, which could be message and string. So this will be the message that is displayed after the form submitted. And we also have access to the form data that is of type form data. This type we already have once we in like default in Nextjs when we created using TypeScript. Okay, so constant, well, we create a clerk client as usual. For the email address, we're gonna get form data email as string. Okay, that is correct. Message, we don't need to get the message, and we also need public metadata. So we are going to set constant role equals to user, and I'm gonna do adding users by default, and then from here we can always change we're gonna have a list of users and buttons to change their roles right next to it, or in the future we can add this as a part of form data. Okay, so let's construct the invite parameters. Constant invite params that would equal to So we're gonna pass email address, and that is going to be just email, and public metadata, and we will pass the role. So invitation, what I try, so I tried using, so there's a function create invitation in Clerk, but when I tried using on the email addresses that the invite has already been sent to, it was failing, but it didn't give appropriate error message that invitation was already sent. So what we'll do is we'll pull the user list and we'll check ourselves if the email is already exists. So basically check if the user was already invited or is an user with an email address. Constant invitations equals to await client. It's invitations. We can get the object and get invitation list. So here as an argument, we pass the status, and that is going to be pending. So then we filter it out. It doesn't have an option to just directly pass the email address or any other query, unfortunately. So that's why we're doing this lookup. Existing invitation equals invitations find. So first of all, it should be data that find invitation, and not just email, but email address. And this would equal to, oh yeah, we can do if this equals to email. Okay, so then let's check if existing invitation, we are going to return status, and this would be warning. Next, a message that user was already invited. And yeah, that's all we're gonna return. So we're gonna exit this function. Let's say if this is not the case, we're gonna continue. Let's do try and then catch. So if there is an error, we're gonna return. So this time status would be error, and then message failed to send an invitation. So I'm gonna move this inside the try clause, and then we're gonna update instead of email and the message, we are going to pass the invite parameters here. And we also don't need this object, so I don't need to destructure, I can just do this. Okay, so let's see what is the error here. Public metadata role string email, not addresses, but just one address. All right, this should be good. Now we can save the function. Well, we also have to return that it was invited, so and the status success. So let's say something maybe is likely not working, but most of the cases this should return an invitation. If it does not, so if invitation status doesn't equal to pending, then we're gonna also return like error and then fail to send an invitation. And then if it does go through, we just return like success. All right, let's save this. And for the form, we are going to have a pop-up form, And we are going to use the dialog from Shadcin. So the way this works is once you click, this modal pops up. You can, in this example, they're also using a form. You can fill it out and then submit. Also, let's say if I do save changes, well, it doesn't actually have a submit, but it should close it out, and let's add that in our application. We are going to look at an example. I'm going to also create a new component. Since we're not going to use this component anywhere else, just inside the users, I will create this in the users folder. So new file, send invite form.tsx. Well, this should have been installed. Let's see. Okay, let's add this package. I also will be needing, well, this is a form, so import input from components, UI input is 4, so finish up that dialog. Installation button, okay, and send invitation. And while we're sending the invitations, I'm gonna add one more thing here, which is like the status types, because that's what we, based on the status, is how we're gonna update the message. And let's create that type at the top here. So this would be export type action status, success, error warning, and we're gonna have another one which would be default. All right, I am going to import that. So when we're importing the types, we should start that with a type followed by action status. Also import use action state from React. We are going to go over this one as well. And this would be for updating some of the stylings, and I'll explain as I use this. Okay, let's create a component, export constant send invite form. First thing we'll do is create a state for our form value. So this would be state, and then form action is the action we trigger on the form submission. This is where we use the use action state. It's a React like hook that it could be used, in my opinion, for like a simple states, form states. And then inside this, we define the type of the data we're storing. So we want to have a message at all times, which would be of string. And then we are also going to have a status, which is of type action status. So that's one of the things. Where's the, we can close this out, and also form data, which is actual values of the form as user is filling in it. So we kind of control the message that is displayed based off of the action, and then status is also comes back from here. Form data. So now let's pass what function we want to use. This would be send invitation. And by default, message would be empty. And status would also be default. P. Okay, so I need to wrap this in a object. So because we might have a promise here. Let's update the state so it does return the promise, and I'm gonna remove the previous state because we just have using the use action state the actual state. Okay, so then we form data, and then we make return a promise message and a status action status. So when we try to return status, we have to mark this as, so this we don't need anymore. As action status, same for this one. Right, so now our should be good on the action state side, and we can start creating dialog. So we can take an example of some of the dialogues here. We have header and the description, so let's just copy that. Inside here we have dialog content, and then the header. We are going to update the header to say invite a member. Enter the email address of the user you want to invite. All right, so we do have a content, but we don't have a trigger yet. So let's add the trigger. If we do as child, we would be able to also create a button inside. So button width, we don't need this styling. I'm just going to add margin top 4, and invite members sounds good. So we are not done with the form yet, but I'm gonna go ahead, add it in the page so we can test our current progress. And this would be curly brackets from send invite form, and it will go here. Okay, I know what the error is about. We have to, this is a form and we're using some hooks, so we have to make this a client. Cool, so let's invite a member, and that's our dialog. Okay, what this is actually missing is the form, so let's start adding that. After the header, we can have form action would be form action. That way we know that this is how we track the form values, and this is what we trigger on submit. I will create a div start creating one in the wrong place. First thing on this div, we're gonna display if there's any message. State.message. And we're gonna create the paragraph, display it in there. So right now as a default state, we don't have any message, so that's why it is not showing up. All right, another div. We start with the input. I mean, we only have one field, which would be the email. So ID of this would be email. Type is also email, placeholder. Let's add example@gmail.com. We will make this field required so users can submit if it's not there. And yeah, so ID, and we also need a name. So name is what we use to get the value here. So get, and then we should do email. So it always captures as an email. So this is where our form is. We also need a submit button, which we're gonna add below our input, send an invite. Type, we should make it submit so that this triggers the action. And then class name, margin top 0. All right, this is looking better. Let's add some more class names to the form itself. We can make this grid, gap 1, and padding on the sides could be 4. And make this flex row, space Y4, gap 2, and items and. So we have the button right next to our submit form. So once the message shows up here, when let's say it's submitted, after it's submitted, we want the message based on the type of the message to have different colors. So let's say if there was an error, this will be red. If it was successful, green, and then we also have a warning. So that's like a lot of conditions for the action status, right? And then if we were to start defining if and else statements, it would get kind of clunky for this message. So what we're gonna do is, with the help of this like helper function, we're gonna define different conditions as an object. So the object that I'm gonna create, message variance, that let's define the type. So this would be record, and then as a key we're gonna have action status, and as a value we're gonna have string, which would be the class name. So I'm gonna close this out. So first we have default, which would be empty. We don't want to change the class name. Then success, let's do text. I will move this to success because we want to, this seems to be easily updated. So anywhere else we want to use success, we're going to define this as TypeScript variable. And so if someone wanted to change their default success color, it would be really easy to change from not TypeScript, Tailwind configuration file. Okay, error, text error, and then warning, would have text warning. So let's turn this, and based on that, add the classes. So this changes based on the current status, right? And here we are. If we do class name, add the string, the object, cn. So we take the helper function, we take the object name, and then we pass it a state.status. If we were to just use this without the helper function, then we're gonna get error because Tailwind doesn't really like dynamic classes like that, but with cn it works. Okay, so that's should be it. Let's test it out. If I do this email, send an invite, invitation sent, but oh, the class name then get updated because we have to update this in the configuration. Okay, so that would be in Tailwind config. we have the colors. We could have also used maybe like destructive or yeah, we don't have anything for success. So let's define those. And if we want to use different shades of the error, if we do colors.red, so error dash 500 would be same as colors that red dash 500 and so on. Success green and warning would be yellow, and we do need to import the colors. Not the default thing, but it has colors separately. And it's not a, okay. Now we should be good. So yeah, anywhere we use this, if we want to change, we can easily turn this to pink on it or any other color from the color palette. All right, Tailwind. Tailwind CSS colors. Okay, so now I'll try this again, and we're gonna say that user has already been invited, so we get a warning and then color reset accordingly, which is yellow. Okay, we are done with the send invite form, and going back to our users page, let's update the first. Let's start with the main div. I'll make this with bool space y8 padding 6. Okay, let's do this one grid. Grid by default 1. Add some gaps. And on large, we can do grid columns 3. And we'll give this one more space, so it would be and then let's wrap this one in a separate div. For the unordered list, I'm gonna add some spacing. Okay, so now for the roles, we are going to have a drop down that would show the role that is set there by default, and we can select and then change the role of the user automatically. And before we add the drop down, let's first create an action to update the role. For the types, we need to import the roles types we created in our global types file. So if you go in types, globals, we are gonna see that we have 3 types: admin, user, guest. We can add one more type for the moderator. And this would be someone that has access to the dashboard but isn't able to update the users or update the data itself. Okay, so from the actions here, let's import the type roles, which should be already available by default since this is a global type now that I think about it. And also from Clerk Nextjs server, we are going to be needing auth. All right, before I get to the update role function, I'm going to first write the check role, and then we're going to use this check role function in the update role to make sure that this function is only called by the admin. So this is something that we can add it here. Check role going to look like export constant check role equals async role. We take roles as a argument, and we get session data, session claims, await auth, and then we return session claims, check if there's metadata available, and the role equals to role. So what role we pass, let's say if we pass admin here, this is going to check if that user that's calling this function is admin, and so on. All right, moving on to the updating role function, export async function set role. In this case, we're going to be calling this from the form. So we take in form data. We need to create clerk client here once again, and then check the role. So so this is like, I guess, action level security that we're passing here. If it's not an admin, message is going to be unauthorized, and then the error message would be status would be error. Okay, so then if that's not the case, we're gonna try to make the call to the clerk to update the role. So that would equal to await users client dot users dot. So this would be update user metadata, right? Because that's where we are getting the role information. So now we need which role we're updating this user to, and then this we get from form data dot get ID. We set it as a string, and then we update then public metadata. Role would be form data get role. It would be one of those, and then we return message, which is what we're also going to display on our form, and it would be something coming from the result and public metadata. All right, that's our try. Let's catch if there's any errors and then return them. Also the message. And while we are here, we're also going to remove role, and we can add that also in our function. So I'm going to update this, and then if we remove the role by default, this is going to be, we can just do null or even a user. And now import these actions in our page. Both the set role and remove role. And for the dropdown, we're going to, or like the select as part of the form, one of the fields, we're going to use the Shatsian select, and let's install that. yes, and then use force. All right, import statements for the select. And all right, let's add the select. So inside the list item, because every row is going to have its drop down, so we can do maybe after this div create a new one. And this is where the select will go. We are going to have select trigger. And inside the select trigger, we want to show select value. Then close out the select trigger as well as the content. So this would be the options item. So value, first one, admin. Another one for member, and we have one more for the guest. And actually, let's do one more for just like the user. And user guest member. Okay, so that's our list. We can close out the select content. And also the select. Let's see if it shows up. So it's here and those are the options. If I select the option, then this would be set. Let's add some styling here. So class name. Flex item center. Space x2. We will also update the class name. We'll set the styles to the list item. So everything that is part of the list item, we're gonna display it on the same row. So let's make the display flex direction column, space y3 between the items, rounded LG. So padding for, we're gonna kind of make it look like a card. Then flex row on the larger screens and items center, justify between, and on medium space y0. Okay, so now this one would be flex item center space x4. And here we have the roles. Let's see if we can set a default role to the select. Not necessarily the placeholder, but so if we don't see something on the Shadcin documentation, we can always go to the API reference, since Shadcin is like based on Radix UI, and then here we have the props, which is default value. This is what we can set when we don't have to control the state of select, which is not what we're doing. So if I go here and set default value, for example, I'm not gonna hard code it, but just to see that it works, and it doesn't. User, okay, so it does. Trigger, I'm gonna set class name, same width for all of them, so let's do 44. Okay, so now we can update this, and we're actually going to use by default user public metadata. So if there is a public metadata and the role, then we're going to display that user. And then if not, just the user. All right, let's see what is the type is not. So role, if this doesn't exist, we are going to add as a user, and by default, I think clerk the public metadata contains an object. That's what it thinks it is, so let's do as string. All right, we also need a button for the delete part, so I'm going to import that. Variant, let's pick ghost. Size, I'm gonna do icon, and then class name, we're also going to add the icon here from Lucid React. Class name, height, let's set the height, let's set the width, and text, muted foreground. And then on the hover, let's do text, danger 500. I think that was the one that we created. All right, importing the icon, trash 2. All right, we got the hoverable. Let's add a separator in between this one, on all of them besides the last one. So I don't think we installed this one yet from Shatien. It's just like creates the line that uses the secondary color. So this will be below list item. We have access to the index, so if it's not the last one, users dot length -1, then we're gonna show separator. And this is throwing an error because we need to wrap, we're mapping those out, so we need to wrap this in a fragment and add a import statement for the separator. I will do this with the other components. Okay, let's do deep and then move this key here. I think this one didn't get updated, okay. All right, now that looks good. Okay, now let's call the action when this is getting updated. So that would be, we would be calling on value change prop, and I think select we should have that on like a select level. So on value change that equals to, inside this callback function, we get a new value, which would be new role. Let's name it like that. I guess first, before we do all that, let's just let's just console log. So, okay, calling the remove role with the button, it's easier because we can wrap form around the button, and we can make button type submit, and then form action, we can set that to remove role. So when every time we click the button, it's going to call the action. It's a little bit trickier for select because we can't just be like type equals submit. That's not the prop that it has, although it does have this prop which is on value change, which dictates like you can pass a callback function and what happens when the value changes. If we call this function, that is for controlled state, so then we have to keep track of the value. It's not automatically managed for us. That's one thing. Another is that if we call this, we can't do it in a server component, which is where we are right now. It has to be in the client component. So yeah, let's move this over and then define the kind of like we did for the set invite form where we created the client component. We had all this like use action, although we might not. Yeah, we can use action. So new file, and this would be update role form .tsx export constant update role form. I'm going to return, let's just do div before we put all the select elements, and first thing, make it a client component. We paste it in here, and also we select the component itself. Let's save it. We are going to need that user role, so let's instead pass it in here as a argument. Let's instead pass it in here as an argument. I'm gonna define role as string and update here. All right, first let's add this update role form, and then user public metadata as string or just the user. And import this at the top. So export constant, we already have that. And it's in the same folder. So okay, so if we save that for now, we should have the same functionalities. This should get updated. Okay, and we can take in set role function and define so if we go to the action, it takes in the form data. data, as you recall from the actions here. And it does return a promise. And then this is like inside the promise. Message would be string. And then action status, we can import that from the actions. Import type action status. Okay. So set role has like this. I see, since it is a server action, we need to update the name to end with like set role action. So let's do that. And pass here set role action equals to set role. So I guess this would be like more accurate type for the promise. All right, now we are ready to call the onValueChange here. And to access the role as a name, we need to give select the name. So this would be name equals role, lowercase, and we also need to get the one more props would be user ID. This is not the user that's logged in, but that's the user ID of the one that we are updating the role for. So on value change, I'm gonna take new role and kind of like a create, since it takes in form data, although we don't necessarily need to be using form data. We need to like append. So this would be append role, new role, and then form data append user ID, user ID. All right, let's quickly pass user ID here. Be that equals to user.id. And last but not least, we need to call this one. All right, let's try it out. I'm logged in with this one, so maybe I'll actually reload this page. So both of them should be admin, and I'll change this to user. We can check in the dashboard, where's users. And so I realized it's not actually sending the request because in here I'm using user ID, but the action itself is trying to, access the ID. So let's correct that and, update this. So we're still gonna take in user ID, we're just gonna name it ID, and I will also console log the result to make sure that it's available. So this one would be on the server side, and here I don't think we need it on the client side, and I'm gonna update this to be user. Okay, so the message is it is a role and a user. Awesome. I can remove this one now. I think I also had when I was debugging console log here. All right, this page reloaded, but we fetched it from the backend, so we can see that this actually did get updated, and it is user indeed. We are done with updating the roles. Now we need to add removing the role to this button right here. So as I mentioned, that should be a simpler process. If we wrap this button into a form, we pass the action to the form, which should be form data. So we will need an ID and just call the remove role function that's coming from the actions. And if we also do type equals submit, that should be it. Let's mark this as use server since we have to create the form data. So this is already a server action, but we're kind of inside here called creating another function, and it is async. Oh wait. All right, so that's good. And for the invitation, so as you notice, I did send the invitation using this invite a member form that we have here that is not displayed. That is because the invitation hasn't been accepted, so it's pending, but that wouldn't count as a user. It'd be just a email that has a pending invitation. So let's also display that as a separate section in here. And first we need to fetch that data, right? So we're gonna go to the actions and define that. All right, so after the set role and remove role, let's do export async function, and this would be get invitations. So we call the client, then we get the constant invitations, await invitations, and yeah, it is get invitation list. We just have to pass status here, and that should be pending. So we're gonna return that afterwards. That looks great. I'm gonna save the changes, go back to the page where we have actions. Let's also add that and call it here, invitations. And then we access, I don't think we need to necessarily get the data field of it. Let's see. Oh yeah, we do. All right. Let's just console log to test it out. Just gonna reload the page so our query kicks in. And we do have one invitation here. All right, so let's display a list now. I'm gonna go below our unordered list separator, and then I'll create a new class here. So here we're going to have both the invitations and an option to delete a invitation and then description at the top. So let's start with that description of what this section is about. So header first, adding as a class, this would be pending invites. Then paragraph, And this would be invited users who have not accepted their invitation yet. All right, let's just save this. Oh, this is, oh, we should put this outside. Okay, let's see. Yeah, definitely outside of this unordered list. Or maybe even like here. And then we can have another separator here. And then actually we are going to put this inside the grid here. Okay, and then this one, okay. So that looks, all right, let's update the styling. And this one, margin at the top one, text, small text, muted, foreground. Right, I'll create another div for the list itself, and then before I map out the list, I'm also going to turn this into a grid container. So I think this one looks good. We can just use this for kind of replicate the same format that we have. So we don't need any special styling for this. As for the list, I'm gonna add class name equals to large column span 2. All right, now let's create an unordered list. So this would be based on invitations.map. We don't need the key and the value, we just need invitation. And then we're going to have a list item key equals to invitation.id. And then let's have a div element here. We're gonna do, this would be the outside container, and then inside we're gonna have a paragraph that shows invitation.email address. We don't need this object entries, just mapping them out. We need to close out the unordered list. And let's see, I think it's missing one parenthesis. All right, save that, move over here. Yep, that's our one invitation so far. Let's update the styling of this. So this would be, I'm gonna put this on the side. Maybe we can see some of it. Class name that equals to flex column space y3, rounded large, border padding 4, medium flex row, medium items center, and justify between. One more thing, space y8. Let's do this one equals to font medium. Right, and then let's add a div where we're gonna add the button, but for button, we're also going to create a separate component div, and this would be, well, before we do that, flex items center space x2. All right, so we're gonna create this as a client component because we want to show like updates. So whether or not, like, let's say if we click delete, if it has been deleted or not, and that we're gonna show using the toast. So I'm gonna go inside the users, new file, delete invite button.tsx. This would be use client. We're definitely going to need a button. Let's also import icon from Lucid React, and that would be trash to from. Okay. Creating the component export constant delete invite button. So we're gonna need, I'm going to define props. Right, so props, that would be an object. First we need invitation ID. So to uniquely identify the invite, this would be of type string, and email address, this would be string as well. For the action, we're gonna directly import that action in here, so we don't need to worry about it. Let's destructure and access this props that we have here. And as a result, return button variant ghost. Let's do that again. Size equals icon. Okay, so it's going the same route that I previously used, and let's add like a span that will be hidden, and delete invite for this specific email. Invitation ID, we're going to use that in the action, but let's first import this into our page. So where we have other custom components, I'm going to import it with those and add it inside here. Invitation ID, and we have one more, which is email address. So for email address, one user, so each invitation does have one email address, so that's good. We don't have to parse through, just like in the case of the user, invitation email address. Awesome. Let's go to the actions and define it. Get invitations, I'm gonna add below here, export async function, revoke invitation. We do only need, what is this doing? Invitation, only need the invitation ID. Okay, client, clerk client, and then revoke invitation ID. So because we revoked the invitation, we have to update this list, right? So if I delete invitation for this one, it wouldn't be here anymore, right? So the easiest way to update this list, since this is a server component, we don't have a state here, so we can just like have a callback to update the state. We can just refetch this page. So that's what I'm gonna do here. In like server side terms, it's called revalidate path, and I'm gonna import that for like from Nextjs, and that would be revalidate path from And invitation, revoke invitation. Okay, so let's try this. Try statement. Catch, and if anything, we're gonna return the error. If there's any errors, constant result. After we kick this in, we can revalidate the path. And this would be admin users. And then we return, instead of just message, we can return, instead of just like the result, we're gonna return message result. And then if you look at the clerk documentation, result has a field revoked, which is like a boolean. So if this is true, that's great. We know that it's been revoked. And status, well, if it's result.revoked, then we set that as a success, and if not, we return error. Also, if it's not even returned, then in that case we also return error. Okay, so revoke invitation, we can go back to our delete invite button, add that in here. Super is interesting. Actions. Awesome. All right, and let's add a function. So we're gonna use this Shetland's toast component to display the messages as to when the invitation is, we undo or revoke the invitation. And well, actually, let's just install this and add it inside the function. We are going to write for the button and import statement. Okay, so we're gonna add that after because we have to add it in the layout, but let's first write the function. So that would be constant handle revoke invitation. It's an async function, and constant response equals to await revoke invitation. We pass invitation ID. We can console log response for like testing purposes, and if the response that status equals to success, that's what we are measuring against, we can do a toast. And this would be, let's see how the toast works. So something like this. I'm gonna throw the toast, and it has two arguments: title, update that to invitation revoked, and this would be the invitation has been successfully revoked. Okay, I'm gonna close it out, and then else statement. If there's an error, obviously we want to show the error, and it also comes with a variance, not the status. So let's see. With title, with action destructive. So this would be variant destructive. And let's see what other variants are there. So I'm gonna use import use toast at the top, and okay, so this was probably not installed yet. Oh, it's been deprecated. It's interesting because it doesn't show here that it is. Okay, so let's see what's the sonar component. Install that. We import the toaster from the sonar. I guess this one's easier because we don't have to, oh, we do still have to add it in the layout. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. Let's see, where's our layout? So UI related stuff pasted in here. And somewhere alongside the main, we're gonna add like here. Okay, let's save that, close the layout out, and just for the toast, we can say inside delete invite button, toast. Currently it doesn't have the event, so if we just do this, that's interesting. Let's see code. So there's a first argument should be this, just the text, and I'm assuming the second argument is the object where we have description. We don't need to add any buttons here. Okay, so let's update this as well. And let's remove this variant, and I will pass this to the button on click. And we are going to call handle revoke invitation. All right, so going back here, if I do this, and then invitation went away, but I didn't see the toast. Let's just try adding this button. To test the toast as well. All right, I'm gonna invite someone, the same email again. Invitation sent. Okay, so we have to refresh on this as well because we want the invite to show up. All right, so this works. I'm wondering why. Oh, let's check the response because we must have gotten. Oh, it's status pending. Okay. Revoked is undefined. All right, even though it was revoked. That's interesting. All right, I'm going to remove this. Let's save it and go back to the invite a member function where we are going to add the revalidate path. Get invitations, send invitation. All right, so once, not in the case of existing invitation, but if we try this, maybe actually after. All right, and now anytime we submit, this page should get reloaded. I'm gonna save this. All right, so we are done with the users page, and one thing I'll change in the configuration for our not authentication but authorization is that since we have a member role here that would have access to the admin route, I will, but not the users one, I will add that condition here in the middleware. So let's see, is admin route. Let's define one for the member. Let's try, so this would be members route. So I'm gonna modify is mem, and one more specifically for the admins would be admin users. is member route. So okay, let's copy that. So naturally this is a lot more pages, so it could be an admin route, and we're gonna check if let's create a separate variable for the role, and this would be metadata.role. So we can use this, replace it with this one. So role equals to admin, or what did we say? Let's check the roles type. Oh, it is moderator. Okay, I'm gonna let's do member here. All right, so we can check. Oh, so this would be and then let's do member. So if it's either it's not a admin or a member for any is member route, it will get redirected. And then let's check if it's only admin route and then role doesn't equal to admin. So if it's this one, it would also get redirected. Let's finish this off and close this out. All right, so I'm gonna make this member now. I will go ahead in the dashboard. And then I'm gonna log in with the other account. So now that I'm logged in with an account that has a role of member, if I try to go to the users page here, it won't redirect me there. And since we're on the sidebar, might as well also hide the users, since this role wouldn't be able to access it. So yeah, based on the role, I'm gonna close this out and go to our sidebar component. Components, sidebar, here we are. This is a client component, so here we need to import the client library for the clerk, and this would be clerk Nextjs. Oh, I'm missing add. Oh, it's use auth hook. We can access user ID. Actually, instead of the use auth, I think use user might have the public metadata that we're looking for. And let's see what this, oh, this gives us user object, right? I think, okay. And then let's console log the user client side. So we go into the browser, open up our all right, then we have role. And we're gonna move the sidebar items inside here because it's going to be conditional. So let's do the structuring, and then if the role equals admin, then we're gonna add this one item in an array, and then if not, we're just gonna destructure and then add like an empty array, so that way we don't include this if it's not. So, and then because if we hover over on the type here, this is the forward ref exotic component that's defined as a part of Lucid React when we import that. So if we turn it into a React now, we can do that by just adding tags. This error goes away. So let's do the same for the others. It's in, yeah, so it worked for the home dashboard, but oh, okay. All right. Let's change the way we do this. So awesome. And then the user's link, we don't see it for the member, but we're gonna see it for the admin. All right, now it's time for the deployment. And what I did to prep for this is I created a repository on GitHub and pushed my code there. Make sure that your latest code is on your main branch. And then we can go ahead in the Vercel. In the dashboard, if you don't have an account, you can create one. You'll notice that I do have a pro account, but for the deployment of this project, you are only gonna need like a free account. All right, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to the add new project. If you have already linked your GitHub account to your Vercel account, it will show the list of your Git repositories. I'm gonna select the one that I'm deploying. I'll keep the project name, make sure the framework is set to Nextjs. After that, before we actually click the deploy in the environment variables, we are going to copy them over from our .env file, as that's where they are. So the name would go in the key and then the value would go in the value input. Now we're ready to deploy, and this will take about a minute. All right, our application is ready to view, so we can go ahead, go back to the dashboard, and here we're gonna find like a link to it. And let's do one final test of this like production deployed version. Let's see, I'm gonna log in first. So all the data is here. Let's take a quick look at the users table, users page. And that looks good. And if you're here, congratulations, you finished the project. Thank you so much for watching and staying for this long in the video. I hope it was full of a lot of learnings for you, and let me know in the comments what part was the most exciting for you, and I'll see you in the next video.